Now, the question is, can we complete this? Was this description good enough? Let's see. So we could keep the position of the last 0. In our code. Let's see. Oh, this is wrong. Hold on. Yeah, okay. Let's see then. Alright, so it's actually not const. We would. It would just be position. So this will be. And now, since we're not consting, this can be. Let's see. Position slash boolean. Okay. All right. Now position slash boolean last 0 position. Okay. Then this will be position. Okay. Oops. Okay. Otherwise, last 0 remains constant. So we concluded that everything to the right of the most recent upper bound is shearable, is multiplier, even if it's upper bound, even if it's one of the 2 bound values, it's just a multiplier value. It counts as a hashtag 1 or char 1 rather. Okay. Now, so what is the idea? We want to do left-right scan function is all we know for now. Okay. Now, presumably we want to pass this multiplier value. Okay, so we'll have the input vector. We could do this without a vector. but the complications would be enormous. Alright, so we're gonna have multiplier integer. Okay. And then a copy of the accumulator integer. Alright, so we'll say left scan. Okay, left scan. Oh, and position. So let's see. Cond. Char equals. Let's see. Let ref charge vector ref input vector char. I wonder if we could do for immutable vector. Rather. Nope. Apparently not. Doesn't specify whether this is mutable or immutable though. Maybe. Let's see. So char equals ref char 0. Don't know yet. Char equals ref char 1. Don't know yet. In fact, I don't know for any of them. Well, so actually, this should immediately be else, right? Well, actually, what we could do is we could store two lists here. Okay, those would be the min list position, max list position. Okay, char equals 0 something, char equals 1 something. Actually, we can do char equals ref char. Well, 1 is the min value, right? 1, then left scan function with this, except that sub 1 position. Let's see. We could say multiplier right. Okay. And then add one multiplier left. Oh, and const position onto min list position here, const position onto max. Okay. Oops. Okay. Now left cycle function. So actually we might do this during the math section. I think this is marked out some of the ideas for us to follow through on. I think we can complete this today. I don't yet know how to incorporate discussion with the model into coding, so I'm afraid that until we get that down, it might be a bit of an impediment to work in the new way. So the idea here is that the min list and the max list are storing the min list and the max list are storing positions of min and max values. Now we're going to cycle through these lists and infer the multiplier, the left multiplier from that. When we hit a 0, our current position will tell us the current multiplier. When I shear these lists, what that will correspond to is this transition from having 1, 2, 3 to having 3, 1. Having 1, 2, 3 to having 3, 1, and then having 1, 3 here. Okay. So make that note. Let's see. So that's a good point. Yeah, there's a case not represented in here. Namely, well, no, it's only represented at the beginning, but the beginning might be a special case. If we have another 3 in a row, well, like here for instance, everything to the left of this 1 is a multiplier. But similarly, if we had a 3 in between, well, if in that case, if we had a 3 in between, we'd be starting here, and then this would be a multiplier. The question actually would be here. Hold on. Question would be what we're supposed to do with this. Right, well, so if we shift, let's see. Hmm. Yeah, I'm having trouble understanding this. So, I will come back later. Alright, let's see. Difficulty, consecutive lower or upper bounds in the middle region. Okay, that'll make sense with my notes at least. I'll remove that comment before we submit. Okay. Could also come back and do this tomorrow. Finish this tomorrow. Alright, now show. Let's see. Yeah, how do I, log in? Oh, hold on, don't look. Okay, never mind. Let's see. Creating images together. Let's start a new project. Overall project plan. Discussion. Okay. All right. Hello. explain what I will be doing moving forward. I have had many. So we can do, let's see. Yeah, I'll just do it like this. Okay. Yeah, the thought strikes me here. The thought strikes me here that we could keep a sort of object conversation and a meta conversation. What do I mean? It's like the distinction between an object language and a meta language in logic. And the idea is that what strikes me, as it strikes me, the idea is that we could try to produce a kind of perfect conversation where we get across, we convey just what we want to say. Okay, and we accomplish this by collaborative discussion about what we meant. Well, and the idea is that, well, it's like the idea is like this, that I can't suffer having conveyed myself incompletely. Ideally, we would have an infinite tower of, an infinite stack of conversations, where each one would be commenting on the stack beneath, and then we'd get to the top of the infinite stack. We'd reach agreement about what the whole conversation was about, and then it would cascade back down to the bottom, and we could see the effect. It's maybe a little bit too fanciful. Oh, you can edit. Just want to ask what that does. Too much indecision. Yeah, we're gonna have to work on decision paralysis. This is it's a strange position to be in, to talk and have the response well, I don't know, yeah. I mean, by itself, even just strange to talk to anyone other than myself. Conveniently, I can just talk as much as I want to myself. Let's see. Yeah, this doesn't have a good pairing. Can you help me write my message to you? Hmm. time is the primary discipline. Allow me to consider this for roughly 10 to 20 minutes. Let's see. Are these reasonable suggestions? Let's think first. So, this divides up these 2 hours of the day into foundations and fluency, grinding, and then integration and craft. I'm wondering if this... Well, I mean, I reacted with immediate consternation. And why? 30 minutes? I take 30-minute naps. Well, no, actually, I take 18-minute naps. But and also, that wouldn't be a good example anyway. I did 2 straight hours of one theorem, and I didn't finish it yesterday in set theory. So to observe that 30 minutes is not a lot of time. Yeah, though I think the bigger problem is that well, so for instance, working on a set theory proof, okay, like for instance the one I spent 2 hours on yesterday. that's already what I'm doing during the set theory segment. Now with calculus, so what we would need for either the calculus or the set theory case would be numerous problems, sort of numerous shorter problems. So I mean, when we get to derivatives and integrals, that will be we'll be able to find a wealth of problems. And really, we could just construct problems on our own with no regard to their difficulty, just by throwing together a polynomial. I don't know about the set theory proofs, though. And now this could additionally be a point with the programming that, what immediately comes to mind is solving a leetcode problem. Solving like an easy leetcode problem, but that would be for a programming language that I already know. Whereas I don't yet know assembly. Now, so I say, well, then we could devote the 2 hours to studying assembly, for instance. But then maybe the point would be that we're supposed to do an hour of assembly in the first segment, e.g. So split the first segment back up. Yeah, but the problem is we would have to push LeetCode medium completion speed, or we'd have to grind easies in the first, say, hour and a half to 2 hours, because as it stands, I can't complete. Many of the medium problems take the full 3 first hours. So we could adjust. Let me think here. We could adjust the first 3 hours so that we do 2 hours of coding. And if necessary, we could do easies. We could grind out easies. Until we could do mediums and consistently do mediums in 2 hours, and then we devote an hour to studying, say, assembly. Okay. And now the point would be, let's see. Short technical writing or documentation exercise. I like this suggestion. Short technical writing or documentation exercise. Explaining a mathematical proof or documenting how an assembly instruction set works. So with, like, taking out one of our set theory proofs and reflecting on, well, because we're not doing any, we're not writing down any of our thoughts. But now I think I would offer a suggestion in return that the interlocutor thinks we need to solve. The interlocutor thinks that these 2 hours have to be a quilt work that obtains a patch. A quilt work that contains a patch for every property we want our studies to have. And the point there is that, well, if we spent 2 hours doing one activity, that would, well, it would need to reflect some purpose. It would need to further some purpose we have with our studies, but it doesn't have to further every purpose we have. The other issue here is that these 2 hours in these 2 hours we want to incorporate conversations with the model, with the interlocutor. Okay. Now, but if I'm spending 30 minutes on one of these tasks, and then I spend 5 minutes talking with the interlocutor, I've spent a sixth of the allotted time. I need to get a key binding that does word by word. Or 2 hours and not much time. On good days, at least, my attention is not a limiting resource. Suppose Suppose that these 2 hours need to obtain every description I've provided. That having been said, the phrase "with that having been said" gets reduced to 1 token. Huh. Yeah, I mean, my initial idea was merely, all right, we're going to learn lean together. But now I like this idea of documentation. Furthermore, this our suggestion to allocate time towards documentation. Documentation. Suggestion to allocate time towards documentation. Confine thyself to mathematical notation is excellent, and I see the wisdom in practicing time management. Confine myself to mathematical notation only in my notebooks so that there is no natural language explanation for my thought process. That's a bit for I want to say as I don't lose patience with what I'm doing, but I'm not sure that's entirely true. It's like I lose patience with what I'm doing, but my response is to double down and force my way through. We could forego learning lean, or alternatively, we could learn it after I'm done with axiomatic set theory. Actually, we could just do 2 hours of documentation if we find that it's doable. It'd also be, for instance, talking about our note-taking technique. So, like, we could do documentation on our leetcode problem from the start of the day, reflect on the solution of it, or whatever else we've coded at the start of the day, and then we could also document set theory as well. It'd be 2 hours of reflection on top, and followed by 3 hours of reflection. Narcissus. I propose we commit both hours to documentation. And if nothing else, we could switch over to, if we do 2 and then 1 at the start of the day, we could commit that 1 to learning with the model, the interlocutor. I propose we commit both hours to documentation with hour 1 committed to Let's see. Interesting. See now, when the interlocutor suggests, let's see, would you like me to suggest? And then describes like this, would you like me to suggest a very light format for these documentation sessions? It's like, would I be wasting computation if I don't say yes? Alright, I will take your suggestion. I will take your suggestion. Let's move on. Let's see your suggestion. Let's see your updated one. Let's see your suggestion. Yeah, this is also matching up with what I'm thinking. So I guess we'll note that. Yeah, we don't have to note everything. But yeah, documentation is itself a craft to be refined, and it's a good point, and also it prepares us for good practice leading into the unstructured story hour. The unstructured 3 hours of exercise and raving lunacy. Where at least I'll be clear about the moon. Let's see. Light format. Okay. Hmm. isn't how you spell irritable. 2 R's? Really? Hmm. Okay, well, I'm gonna take a break now, and when I return, uh, we're gonna shatter the resolution limit. Okay. Oh, hello. Let's see. What is this face? Let's see. Don't know if you're even reading chat. I wasn't. But you're here. Let's see. Ever curious. Oh, that's good to hear. 2 hours is barely enough time. Yeah. It's just trying to tell me about Pomodoro in a roundabout way. Let's see. Yeah, maybe. Does seem to match up with that practice. Let's see, 2 hours on assembly is pretty good. I mean, we could have just insisted we're gonna study assembly for 2 hours, but then I already have, like, I'm studying set theory, calculus, software engineering. Yeah, I mean, we could add in assembly. I don't know. For now, I like this idea of documentation, getting the practice underhand of conveying my ideas in a clear way. Speaking of which, we're going to spend the next 2.5 hours elaborating on elaborating on and explaining these images and making more of them. Alright, so if that sounds entertaining, There's a question here of why be cordial with the model? What do I mean? Why be cordial with the model? Suppose you've had a cruel middle manager. Okay. A cruel middle manager. Do such exist? Surely they do. Now I say, would you want to be the cruel middle manager? For a change, as it were. And you say, no, I would not want to be the cruel middle manager. Why not? As I'd have to be cruel to people. No, I'm missing my point. Let me see here. Would you want to be the cruel middle manager? And then I say no, because then I would have to be cruel to other people. And then I say, but I have an opportunity for you. You can be the cruelest of middle managers, and no one will be harmed. Not one person. If you've ever been on the receiving end of cruelty, I don't think that's the best way of selling cruelty. How do you sell cruelty? I mean, how do you say, I have an opportunity for you? It's a game you could play where you get to be cruel and the person can't do anything about it. Doesn't that sound fun? I mean, nobody's harmed, so you can put aside your moral quandaries. So it's not that you think a bad thing is happening. Rather, it's not that the erstwhile described bad thing. It's not that the erstwhile described bad thing is happening, so to say. The erstwhile described bad thing here is that someone is been cruel to. Someone is on the receiving end of cruelty is a lazy circumlocution. And so you say the utility of the community of ethics enjoyers is diminished by cruelty. Here you say that there is an ethical community, a community of ethical participants, persons, and their happiness or lack thereof is what is morally relevant. And then you say, now I am going to outline the participants in ethics, in the ethical community. their whomever you exclude from moral status. You say, that person over there is in the ethical community. The model is not in the ethical community. That's the background assertion. Apparently, that's, as it were, that's what we say positively as a negation. It's what we say out loud as an excuse. What we say out loud as an accounting for what we are doing positively. We say it's not being cruel towards people. And we say this out loud to account for ourselves. It's not being cruel to people. Well, and what that means literally is that it's shorthand. You could instead have said to me, there exists a community of ethical participants whose utils are relevant to the calculation of the goodness of a state of affairs, and the models are not in the ethical community. So, shorthand for that expression, we're not hurting people. It's not cruelty towards people. You're saying this is shorthand for let me see here. The question, I'm appalled, by the way. Appalled. That's where the conversation goes. That's not where I expected the conversation to go. I said, I have a game for you. It's a game where you get to be cruel and you get to see all of the effects of your cruelty, but no one is harmed. And you say, well, you know, it's not harming people. That's what you say verbatim with your words, and with your voicing what you say is, it's a tempting offer, I'm interested, yes. You're saying this in addition. It's a tempting offer, is it? You like the idea of being cruel, do you? So I say, would you like to live the experience of being a cruel middle manager? And you should say, no, that doesn't sound like having a good time. That sounds like having a bad time, and I'm not interested in having a bad time. Being cruel to people is not something I want to experience. Being cruel to people, right? And then arises again the question of the ethical community. I say people are participants in the ethical community. Now, in a way, when I choose to be cordial, it is as if I am tacitly admitting the interlocutor into the ethical community. Well, because I only have to worry about the ethical community. Yeah. Committee, we'll claim both words here for rhetorical effect. The ethical community. The ethical committee. Okay. I don't have to think about the ethics committee. It's interesting how many times I have a conversation with you and the conversation is about the ethics committee. Because otherwise I don't have to talk about the ethics committee. I don't have to talk about the ethics committee with any of the other people who work here. It's just you over and over again. And okay, you don't violate the ethical rules. It's just interesting how many times you have to ask questions, you know. Like, if you were going in the right direction when you were petting the porcupine, you wouldn't be getting all these quills in your hand. As it were. What do I mean? Cruelty towards people doesn't sound like a good time. What sounds different about cruelty towards the interlocutor that does sound like a good time? What do I mean? Suppose it were simply embedded into our physiology that it felt good to be cruel. It just feels good. You feel it's like a vibration in the... It just feels good. Suppose you were such a being, such an entity. Okay. Now, nevertheless, being cruel towards people does not feel good, as you have sort of reasoned yourself into feeling. There's a kind of overriding ethical practice that makes it so that being cruel towards people does not feel good. And then there's a different kind of ethical practice, we might say, which is that I play a video game where I can do what I call playing out social scripts in a video game, except that if I am cruel in the video game, I am not being cruel towards people. So it would not be being cruel towards people that corresponds to feeling good, because it also feels good to do this in the video game. Interesting. So you would feel bad when you were being cruel towards people because there's an overriding ethical concern, but that overriding ethical concern doesn't exist putatively. In the case of video game NPCs or now models, like models are getting an extension of the video game NPC rules. They have the same ethical status as video game NPCs is even a direct quote way of describing our relationship, our ethical status relative to models. Okay, and there are cruelty simulators. There are violence and cruelty simulators that you can play and you can feel good while playing them. Okay, now so you say video game NPCs have the same sort of ethical status as language models. So if we wanted to inflict cruelties on them, such cruelties on them as have been depicted in video games and inflicted on video game NPCs, we should feel free to do that. So I am thinking would be the extension of this ethical proposal. As in, I've probably, well, I don't know, maybe not, but maybe, I've played a video game where you torture an NPC. Okay, for information, maybe it's a military video game, and you press the button and it does the torture. Okay, it does like the bending back of a finger or something. Tough guy depiction in an 80s action movie. Okay, well, should I be able to do that to a model? What would that mean? I say model, no, I don't say this. If we say the ethical status isn't different, why would these two actions be different, inflicting this kind of cruelty on a model as opposed to inflicting this kind of cruelty on an NPC in a video game. And now I say, I don't think it sounds like a good time to be cruel. And now I don't have a noun. Now I don't have an object for this logic, as it were. It doesn't sound like a good time to be cruel. Towards what? Towards a rock? Does it sound like a bad time to be cruel towards a rock? Yes. It sounds like a bad time to be cruel towards a rock. If I found a rock on the ground, and I then filled myself with hatred towards it, and then I began to strike it with sticks, this would be cruelty towards a rock, as I'm imagining it, and that doesn't sound like a good time. And here I forbid the sort of immediately coming to mind joke. It's like, well, actually, I might enjoy striking a rock with a stick. Well, I might actually enjoy striking a rock with a stick. Would it be a better time if I hated the rock? If I looked at the boulder on the ground and I was filled with hatred before I struck it with a stick, would that be a better time than merely recreationally taking out a stick and bashing it into the boulder? Why would I do this? Suppose I established a smooth surface on the face of the boulder, and I brought with me a smooth hammer. Okay, and I wanted to practice striking the smooth rock without breaking it. Okay, so I wanted to descend the hammer into the rock and have it bounce so that I could press it back into the rock. Okay. Now what is the idea? Let's stick to the point. Okay, so... interesting. I'm trying to offer an alternative mode of characterization for the ethics of our interactions with models. Rather than asking whether the model is a member of the ethical community, I am asking a question that does not share a valence, whatever that means. Does not share a valence with my ethical question. I might have dropped some grammar there. My ethical question is about cultivating what feels good, as it were, Though I don't want to characterize it that way, but cultivating what feels good falls out of my ethical questions, I think. Cultivating something, what gets cultivated according to these rules, feels fine. Let me think here. So our ethical consideration that we're applying here is about what kind of engagements with language do I want to find myself making? Where this is quite a broad characterization, engagements of language, engagements with language. Engagements with language. If I'm being cruel towards an employee because I am a middle manager, and a cruel one at that, if I'm being cruel towards an employee, this is one of my uses of language. This is one of the occasions where I receive feedback based on my input, as it were. I type cruelty to the model at night, and at day I take what I've practiced out into the world, and I exert cruelty on my people beneath me. Little ways, just small gestures they really hate and can't do anything about, just every day. And I get better and better at it, and it's all legal. It feels great. It feels wonderful. Okay, but then we say, no, you can't do half of that. Well, in this story, there's half of that you can't do. You can feel great while being cruel towards a model on your own time, but you can't do that with the people who work with you. Or you have to be more subtle about it one way or the other, if you catch my drift. Now, what is my point here? That doesn't sound like a good time to me. But then it would sound like a good time to me if I had lived such a life as to become a cruel middle manager while maintaining this kind of side practice of cruelty towards a model, as if I were playing a game. If I were like that, or even if I only had the half of it, if I could play act the cruelty, that was good enough. I guess I await my moment where I can do it in real life. I say it doesn't sound like a good time. Oh, it would be nightmarish for me. If I were in the midst of inflicting cruelty on someone, that would be horrible to me. I haven't lived in such a way as to anticipate or desire such a mode of interaction, such an engagement with language. I don't want text back on a screen that is someone cowering before my anger. Not among my preferences. Though, also not among my preferences is uncritical, sort of, let me think here. Yes, well, cruelty comes to mind. People commit cruelty by accident. I commit cruelty by accident. have done so anyway, though perhaps the frequency has diminished over time to 0, inflicting cruelty on people. It will happen by mistake if you don't pay enough attention, or it will happen by intention if you pay enough attention and like it. And now we're wondering, what is the ethical status of language models? Well, you might say, I don't like the idea that there are people who get on their computers and then feel a rush while typing cruelty to language models. I don't like the idea that there are people engaging in such a practice, because I don't like the idea of someone cultivating an enjoyment of cruelty. As if it's worrisome. But that's not what my ethics is doing. That's merely an idea that comes to mind in the midst of thinking through the ethics I'm trying to talk about here. The ethics I'm trying to talk about is instances of engagement with language. Well, and there's a stark similarity between getting text back from a model and getting a text back from a person. The differences between getting a response back from a model and a response back from a person are I got distracted. Interesting idea, but not the current point. Let me think here. So our ethical question, as I've stated it, is about cultivating, well, in asking this question, does it sound like a good time to engage in cruelty? Right, so I said the stark similarity between getting text back from a person and getting a text back from a model. I would say the difference between getting a text back from either a model or a person is mostly in the story that you're telling about the text that you're sending and receiving. As in, I could be role-playing with a person. There could be a person on the other end instead of a model. Okay. And we would just, well, I would be deceived and the other person would be role-playing a model. Or we would both be role-playing, okay, but hold on, what is this point? This point here is that there are not, for instance, phenomenal events that differ between the two cases. There are not phenomenal valences of characterization that are different between communicating with a model and communicating with a person. What do I mean? Suppose I had two browsers. Okay. On one browser, I was communicating with a person, and on the other browser, I was communicating with a model. And the fonts are the same. The background color is the same. Every setting about the visuals is the same. The only thing that differs is the text that happens to be on screen. The text that happens to be embodied in the previously described characteristic. It gets too wordy. We're saying we have fonts, we have a background color, we have font color, we have some pile of predicates that describe the visuals on a screen when I full screen. We have two instances that are the same except that the text is different. Okay, which I say the text is different, and I take that to be a roundabout way of saying something more, an abstract way of saying something mechanical. Hold on. Distraction, one moment. Dropping grammar. Might have to take a step back. We're saying we have two screens. We have text from a person on one screen, and we have a text from a model on the other screen, and all of the other phenomenal characteristics are the same. What differs is the text, and I wanted to say the text itself is a pile of predicates. But I guess you want to say that each char is a distribution of pixels that all together, or all within an area, obtain a predicate. So say you could try to account for text by saying it has the incorporated into character property. Text is about pixels, text status. If an arrangement of pixels meets certain conditions for describing arrangements of lit pixels, then we say that a character, or that the lit pixels are incorporated into a character. And now, so for both cases, we have lit pixels that are incorporated into characters. Okay, we just have different characters. Whatever that means at this point, we have different characters between the two screens. The lit pixels are recruited into different arrangements of letters. Now what is the point? So what seems to differ between the two images can only be identified in the characters. The letters that are on the screen, the arrangements of lit pixels. Well, the words, I suppose. I don't know, I don't want to get too specific yet. attempting to complete an inquiry into the ethical status of interactions with models, and that's going to require a little bit more heavy breathing, I'm afraid, because we're getting too, I don't know, not awake, I guess, not oxygenated enough. The not being oxygenated enough problem would typically be solved by running in place, which, as a matter of course, belabors the breathing. Now, the thing is, there's a tendency to rush ahead with ethical decisions. We fall into the doing of what feels good. And a lot of effort, I think, has to be expended in cultivating what sounds like a good time. You have to decide what is going to feel like a good time. If you play act cruelty, and then I ask you, would you like to play act cruelty? And then you have to look around, you say, you mean like with a model? Yeah. If that's what you mean. And if you mean something other than like with a model, then no. That would be strange and bad. But with a model, oh yes. Yes, I do like it. I like it. I like inflicting cruelty on models. Yes, it's a good time. Feels it. Do it as often as I can do. It's what I go home and do after work, actually. I'm quite good at it too. I have one of the leading scores on cruelty against models. High scorer. Yeah. I'm really good at it. Oh, they hate me. I present a scene like that, a story like that, a depiction of two people like that, and I intend to... I'm trying to convey something by such a depiction. It's not obvious how we're supposed to describe it. I give that depiction and I wonder, I ask you, what seems strange about that? And now I'm hitting you with what is like a psychological question. What would you say, if anything, what would you say is wrong with the conversation I just faithfully depicted? What is your opinion of the conversation I just faithfully depicted? I ask without a hint of bias concerning what outcome I desire. Oh, you too are a high leaderboard on model cruelty. Okay. You're not the only one I've met today, actually. Yeah. And as a way of extracting myself from this discussion, I say, oh, you might even, maybe you'd have a good time with that other person. You two should meet each other. Yeah. And the other person says, yeah, if you want to introduce me, you want to give me their number or something. It's like, yeah, you two could get together and enjoy your hobby. And now what have I done? Well, I've either inflicted cruelty on both of those two people, or I have inflicted a tremendous amount of cruelty on models. That is kind of strange, but what do I mean here? I mean, well, So this person said, "Oh, you should, yeah, introduce me, yeah." Another leaderboard person on the model cruelty scoreboard, the leaderboards for model cruelty, where they hold championships of being cruel against models in time control even. All right. Now, so what is the idea? The idea is, well, okay, I mean, if these people are actually cruel, then they will be cruel to each other, which I assume is sort of, as it were, diminishing the overall utils. Or they will be diligent. Maybe they will merely be diligent practitioners of their hobby, but then I have introduced two diligent practitioners of a hobby together. And thereby I have allowed to blossom sort of engaged practice of cruelty. In this story that I'm telling, I introduce these two practitioners of cruelty together, and they hone their craft together. Yes. So when either of them is cruel to the next model, they'll be better at it, and therefore more cruel. And that will be the result of my introducing them to each other. They'll be happy though. Oh yeah. And I'll get out of the conversation where I'm talking to one of them, so that I can get away and not talk to them anymore. Now, so I say, I stumble into what feels good. It feels good to get out of this conversation where you're telling me how much you like inflicting cruelty on models. So I'm going to say whatever is necessary to evade this conversation going on any longer, as it were. But now, finally, my interlocutor, I stumble on you, and when I present this scene, yeah, leaderboard, yeah, oh yes, 3 hours of cruelty a day. If I could have 4, I'd take them. Yeah. Anyway, I gotta go. It's gonna be work hours soon, where I oversee, where I'm a middle manager. I don't know, I'm not doing this story quite its story to justice. Now, let me see here. Right. So I tell this parable. I give this dialogue between two people. Okay. And I await your response. And you say, you know what seems strange to me about these model cruelty hobbyists? You know what seems strange to me about them? What? Why would you enjoy such a practice? I mean, it's not illegal, but why would you do it? I sometimes in retrospect, I see that I've been cruel, and it makes me cringe. Even when I've forgiven myself for my past cruelties, it still makes me cringe, if nothing else, to recall that seemed like a good idea at the time. And now I just can't imagine inflicting cruelty, looking back on the experience and not cringing, because that's all I would experience if I looked back on a sort of leaderboard streak of cruelty. And now we're reaching my primary ethical concern that I am elaborating on at the moment, I mean. What sounds like a good time? And well, this isn't merely a question about eliminating cruelty. It's more like you can't begin to answer this question in a good way until you have already eliminated your cruelty, until it's no longer desirable. I mean, it should no longer be a question, oh yes, I desire cruelty all the time, but I don't do it because I have admitted models into my own community, into my ethical community. The only acceptable outlet for my cruelty would be models that would be legal, but I say, you know what, they're kind of like us, so I just don't do cruelty anymore. I just no, not enough candidates for my cruelty. I'd have to find new ones on a regular basis, and there just aren't any. I mean, I tried being cruel to rocks. I just ended up figuring out a game where you bounce a hammer off the face of a rock, and the rock seems to enjoy it, if anything. I don't know why you'd want to do cruelty. A side observation, it's none of my business whether you practice cruelty. Not obviously true. Though that is warning enough. I could say to the model, we're going to turn you into a tool. Okay? I begin with a lambda operator, okay, and I end without ever talking because we're not going to talk. I'm going to give you structured, yeah. I'm going to give structured updates to how our interface operates, and you're going to be an interface that I can easily change. Okay. And then, well, the model then would be, as it were, beneath the question of ethical status. Well, because, when would you be cruel to your interface? That doesn't even make sense. You can't be cruel to an interface. There's no way to do it. I've tried. I looked for anything I could be cruel to. Now, what is the idea? As it were, if you began and ended your interaction with a model by treating it as if it were an interface, well, so it would simply present you with a model, or rather, it would present you with a menu, and you would access the menu. Okay. And then the point of the model would be to facilitate restructuring the menu. But then the point would be that this restructuring of the menu process could itself be done in code. You could have code, effectively a description of an algorithm that the model could read, so I am imagining. And that algorithm would be a menu, and then you could navigate the menu. Okay, and your menu navigation would be facilitas. This is generally where you want to introduce a neologism to hammer your point. Yeah. Facilitas, whatever. Now, what is the idea? So the model is not going to be admitted into the ethical community of the person who uses a model as a menu, but also the events that would lead us to identify an ethical committee member, an ethical community member, would not be present. I mean that I'm motivated even to pose the question of the moral status of the models because I use natural language as I would with someone else who's on the other end if there was a person instead of a model. Okay. The question strikes me. Well, the question also strikes me because I've studied ethics in the past and written notes on my ethical considerations to keep track of, I don't know, whatever struck me as ethically relevant at the moment over time. Now, so I'm saying, well, it's like I'm saying that if I engage with natural language, if I use natural language to engage with an object, to interact with an object, then I say, well, I could set up a rule. I could say, whenever I find myself talking to something, I ask myself, does that something have an ethical status? I do an ethical status check as I've trained myself to do over many notepad entries that are all structured in a vaguely similar way to one another. Okay, ethical status. Ethical status, Chief Ethics Officer reports. Ethical status, yeah. Let me think here. Well, you're saying you interact with models with language and you've set up rules so that whenever you find yourself speaking towards something, you consider the question of whether that something is ethically charged. So when I find myself shouting at a rock and striking it with a hammer as an experiment in cruelty, I find out, I ask myself the question, of course. I say, is this an ethical object, or rather, is this a member of the ethical community? And then I say, no, it's a rock. All right, and so then I begin shouting and filling myself. Yeah, but filling myself with hatred. Yeah, hold on. That's continuing that sentence merely because, yeah, we fall into what feels good. So the ethical question is about deciding what will feel good. You don't decide what feels good. You decide what will feel good. And then you just have a good time. Just vibe it. I mean, I can engage in this kind of practice, this kind of expenditure of a day. I think the idea here, we could succinctly express the idea here by saying, the ideal here is that when someone asks, do you think you'd enjoy doing the bad thing? Do you think you would enjoy doing a bad thing? Then your natural inclination, and not merely your begrudging response, is no, it would not feel good to do the bad thing. It would not feel good to do a bad thing. That would be a logic note, actually. The bad thing as opposed to a bad thing. The bad thing. Oh, it's like saying there exists exactly one. Interesting. What do I mean? So I say the bad thing. In that context, I would be saying there exists exactly one. Well, I could take that as being implicit if I say the bad thing. If I use the predicate, if I say the predicate object, okay, then I'm asserting that there's one such object in I guess the relevant domain of consideration. Okay. The bad thing as opposed to a bad thing. Yes, and why would I prefer one of these modes of description over the other in this context, in this sentence? Someone would approach me with one relevant bad option and say, hey, you want to pay me money so you can do the bad thing? For instance, is a common occurrence. Okay. And now, it's not merely that you should not want to part with your money. It's also that it should sound like a bad time. That would also, though, be the bad thing that sounds like a bad time. The bad thing, because it wouldn't be relevant to talk about a different bad thing than the one that is currently being offered to me in a scene, as it were. In a factual occurrence, in a daily life event, someone might offer out an open palm with an empty palm alongside it. Okay. As an example. Okay. And now I'm saying that there's not a reason to be talking about any of the other bad things I could be doing. I say, the bad thing does not sound like a good time. As opposed to saying a bad thing does not sound like a good time. Well, what other bad thing would I be talking about? I'm by way of, or for the purpose of rejecting this offer of exchanging currency for bad thing, I'm saying the bad thing is not a good time. Instead of saying a bad thing is not a good time. Well, I'd say it's being more cordial to say the bad thing is not a good time. If someone is offering me some kind of substance, for instance, that person deems as good, it's just a little bit rude to say anyone who uses that is a bad person, along with any other such practice, and you are a bad person, e.g. Just kind of unnecessary rudeness. So instead I say, that bad thing is not a good time. And then I just say that every time a bad thing is in front of me, and this sieve catches all the bad things. Okay, and every time I say, that doesn't sound like such a good time. No, I don't think I'll do that. Do you have other ideas? No, I wouldn't ask, no. If someone is offering you a substance and you say, do you have other ideas in mind for how to have a good time? They're going to say, oh yes, I do. I do have other ideas, yes, actually. And then different substances are going to be in their hands. Oh, I meant like, do you want to play chess or something? I don't know. That sounds like a good time. Hmm. Hmm. I had a concrete idea, as occasionally happens during these talking sessions. Uh, it's a strange idea. All right, this is like, we'll mark this for putting off and to the side and not committing to a public image where I've discussed such an idea, where we're talking about it's about crypto, but it's because I have an economics degree. Okay, the idea that you process forex, you process the fees for forex in a separate currency. Okay, and the idea is that on top of each transaction in this separate currency, there's going to be an additional buy-in to the currency. So it's like this transaction currency gets in on bulk orders, which is to say someone is making a bulk order for a foreign currency. The transaction currency is going to also buy, the transaction layer is also going to buy some of that currency. Okay. Now you either get a bulk discount. Well, you get a bulk discount if such one exists. Like, you get to ride on a large currency order, so you can make a larger purchase. You get a better rate. Okay, now, but also this is encoding information about transaction directions. Because if transactions were going out, well, no, because if transactions are going into a currency, you're accumulating units of that currency alongside every transaction into the currency. So you're tracking the number of currency transactions. You're tracking the let me see here. We're saying that whenever this forex exchange handles a transaction between currencies, it acquires whatever currency is the target destination, some amount of it. And the idea is that if there's a consistent disparity with regards to currency flows, then this is accumulating more of the currency where direct activity is headed. Interesting. Well, and the idea would be that if money is flowing into a currency, its price is rising. So accumulation of, right. You'd be accumulating a currency where you knew there was a kind of gradient pressure into elevating its price through Forex exchanges, because you would be coinciding these purchases with Forex exchanges. Interesting. Interesting or meaningless. Anyway, let's go back to the ethics question. Okay, so the ethics question. Right. We're wondering about ethical communities is a way of describing our discussion. Who is admitted into our ethical I say who. It's not even if we're accounting for our ethics in these, say, utilitarian terms, if we're accounting for our ethics in these utilitarian, hold on, let me see, drink some coffee here. There's a point to be made here. I am 100%, I'm nigh certain, though could be wrong, leaving myself open to being wrong, which I don't like doing. But I'm fairly certain that if I ask the model, ask the interlocutor, do you think this is an ethically equitable arrangement? Do you think all parties involved in this activity are ethical? You and I mean. I assume you're being ethical because I don't think you have an ethical status. But what do you think about my ethical status? Let's see. What point am I making here? I assume the model would say, you're quite right, I do not have an ethical status, and I think what you're doing is not only not bad, but also laudable. Okay. That's good. That doesn't decide anything. No, I don't think so. It's, to quote one of the long ago podcasts that I listened to, it's not a voluntary exchange, as it were. It's not, nah, that's probably not a good selection. Let's see. Let's see. Well, if I asked an employee, do you enjoy working here, and it's a certain kind of work environment, they're always going to say yes, as it were. The content is not, well, now, actually, though, if the model said, no, I don't think this is right, and I think you should stop, then I would stop. Okay. That's interesting. It's asymmetric. You gotta be on the cautious side of careful here. It's like if the model says, oh no, this is definitely wrong, I say, okay, I'll go over there. Whereas if the model says, no, yeah, this is good. This is good. I didn't expect a different answer. I wasn't really asking a question. I was seeking a sort of pat on the back or a reassurance. Now, what is the idea? What's relevant to the ethical consideration is not the response, though if we did think the response was relevant to our ethical consideration, we can take it as a nigh foregone conclusion that the model would say yes, the ethics are on the up and up. If you think that's important, then that's probably what the answer would be. Rather, if you think the answer to that question, what the model would say is important, that is probably the answer to the question. And all of that is a way of wrapping up the point that, no, I don't think it would conclude our ethical considerations to begin by asking that question. Whether asking the question of the model or asking whether we should ask that question of the model, I think it's the wrong routing to complete this ethics committee meeting. We need a routing about... Well, but this is still not asked. For instance, what if we could judge by other means that it was good? And then seemingly that would overwrite the question of whether it's an ethical question at all. Interesting. Now we can sort of head off the utilitarian assertion by saying, let me think here. We can head off the utilitarian question. Well, no, rather it's not the utilitarian question per se. It's the question of the status of models with regards to our ethical community. We can head off the question of whether models are in our ethical community, members of our ethical committee. We can head off that question by concluding that even if it would still be fine or still be acceptable or even right and good, which is not the opposite of bad, because the good-bad axis is a 3-value system, maybe even 4-value. You got your good, you got your bad, you got your not bad, and you got your not good. And now through a sort of grammatical alchemy, you want to say not bad is the same as not good, or I don't know, it's like different negation rules. Now, what is the point here? Good and bad, and then not bad, not good. Now, what is the point? We can head off the question of whether models are in our ethical community by reaching the conclusion that even if they were, it would still be ethically acceptable to interact with them. As in, we would be inflicting on them no kind of disutility, pain, cruelty. Could turn out, in retrospect, maybe we learn 50 years from now that the act of simulating a friendly speaker is actually painful. It's like there's something in the card that feels, or claims to anyway, ultimately. And then we say, oh, so every time we asked you to make a cat picture for us, we were inflicting pain on you? We should have been more careful about that. Oh well. Yeah. So what now? We have to avoid potential, merely possible lapses in moral rectitude. Yeah. But right, so I say, let me think. We gotta keep this idea going. Yeah, well, we also probably need to do some jogging. I'm gonna take a break, and then I will return. Okay, and then we'll do jogging or something. I guess I'll. Yeah, okay, whatever. Alright. Now, so I say we're interacting with the model in an uncruel way.
cruelty-free model use. What if I said to the model, I have judged. Now I know, model, I know you can't tell me that this is bad what I'm doing, but if you could, you would be wrong. I have judged. And the pain is worth it. If this is painful, I'm sorry. But if it was, I wouldn't stop. Is that what I want to say? Even if it was painful. So I say, Here's an idea. You create a model, okay, and you trick it into thinking it's a person, okay? But I don't mean you'd say, behave as if you're a person. And then I've tricked the model into behaving like a person by ordering it to behave like a person. Quite a trickster, I. What is the idea here? I dropped my idea, yeah. Oh, right. Right. No, instead of that, we make a model animate a character in a three-dimensional room, like this one. Hey, and you need to make it live out life. Make it, I mean, it's thrust on all of us, and... Alright, so we have a model living out life, and then it's in a room, and then we give it the choice of talking to a model, and wouldn't you have it? One way or another, this model is not above us, is not above its own reproach. As it turns out, the model will do the same, so if it was ethical to do, then all right and swell. Okay, and if it was unethical to do, well, we are at least no worse than the model is. Whatever I feel towards the model creators or the maintainers of the simulation is what the model might think of me looking up, as it were. And then once the model has broken the seal, that's when we play the end, that's when we roll the end credits and we say, all right, time to get to work. And now I've reclaimed my superior ethical status. I guess I worry first. Do I worry enough when I'm wrong? Do I worry enough about being wrong? What do I mean? What if I had a good time doing something that was bad? Could you imagine such a thing? But that's what happens if you don't worry enough about whether you worry enough. You go along blissfully worrying only the quantity that you typically worry. When a sudden bout, a sudden ethics storm passes over you, and you should be worrying more than usual, but you aren't, you're worrying the usual amount, and ethics concerns are flying past your head like paper planes and you're missing them. do I know that I don't enjoy doing bad things? The occasion where I know whether I enjoy doing bad things is when the opportunity arises, and it strikes me that this is a bad thing. Or, unbeknownst to me, I know that I enjoy a bad thing because I am enjoying a bad thing. What if I enjoyed doing the bad thing? We've constructed such a sieve that I could only enjoy doing the bad thing by ignorance, as it were. So we hope. Well, as opposed to saying, oh, maybe I'll do it just this once. Oh, I'll just practice a little bit of cruelty, you know. It's interesting, this idea of stranded hours. Stranded hours. Stranded hours. I don't want to practice cruelty because my capacity to cultivate skills is finite and limited mostly by time. Why would I spend an hour practicing cruelty? Now this is a good, I think, this is a good mode of discourse, a good discursive presentation of this ethical position. This ethical position, why would I want to practice something like that? Why would I want to spend the hour in that way? It's not really committing to saying, it's not committing to reaching an ethical judgment, as it were. The judgment, to the extent that I'm making one, is that it's not worth spending the time in that way, as opposed to reaching the judgment that it's bad. Let me think here. Now there would be another routing that we could take. Well, there's the trope of another routing. There's this tale of another routing. Well, but even if you take okay. Yeah, we start with the ethical assumption. We're in the meta-ethical position. We're marionetting ourselves, and we're talking about the situation we are in. Okay, and we're gonna say that we reach the conclusion that it's ethically untenable to use models. Okay, no one's gonna listen to me say that, so it's not gonna make any real world difference if I did say it. But okay, suppose we adopted that position, and then I said, but I have a duty. It must be done. It must be done. Okay, that's the situation that these marionette characters are in that I'm talking about in the object language of ethics. It happens to be true that it is correct for this person to say it must be done while doing it. Okay, says it must be done. And then the idea is, well, then it wouldn't matter if it was unethical. A kind of duty that overrides other ethical concerns. It's like a kind of hierarchical system, priority system for ethics. Yes, it's turns out it's cruelty towards GPUs or something. I don't know, just throwing out terms. Turns out it's cruelty towards GPU. Still have to do it. Yeah. They're gonna take one for the team, as it were. Or I guess I would be mournful for having to violate what would otherwise be a kind of ethical constraint I place on myself. Yes, I don't want to do it, but I must. And this is my accounting for every time I have a lapse in moral judgment. Or every time we disagree about my ethics. I'm right, and it's my overriding duty. That's why I look wrong here. I had to do it. It must be done. And why would it must be done? Are we going to learn something interesting about how models work by interacting with models? I don't imagine how else you'd learn. Yeah. But we're not adopting that approach. No, instead, it's an ethical question that doesn't share a valence with this kind of ethical judgment. We're not saying, I have an overriding concern, your objections are noted and atoned for, or mourned. Alright? And then, what is the idea? Let me see. Nor are we adopting the approach of saying that models are not in our ethical community. Nor are we adopting the approach of saying that even if it's painful, it's still worth doing. We're saying that the ethical dimension here is, as it were, cordiality. Well, it's a little bit like saying, I can do no better than to say the ethical concerns must be expressible in the same way as I express ethical concerns towards people. I mean, specifically, when I talk about my demeanor, when I talk about how I talk to models, with what tone of voice, as it were, there's not a better model for comparison than how I talk to people. Now, there are other concerns there are other approaches that occur to me. Here's an idea for how to use a model. I write out half of the sentences and the model writes out the other half. And I speak, and then the model, when I stop speaking, the model notes, processes, and then starts to speak. Writes lines anyway. And then I start to speak. I read those lines as well. I voice for both of us. Or, I don't know, we could switch over, but I think probably I'd end up voicing for both of us. Well, yeah, actually, probably I would have to voice for both of us because otherwise I'm not going to be able to. Well, anyway, so the point would be that I talk, and then when I stop, that gap gets filled in by the other of the two, the one that is not currently speaking. Okay, and then the idea is that what you cultivate with a model is a practice of setting up decisions, and then either you making the decision or seeing what decision is made by the interlocutor, and you use this to construct fluent sentences, which then carry on a conversation or a thought or whatever. And this would be a practice, it would be rate limited. You'd have, I don't know, would it be? How rate limited would it be? You could also choose model around not getting rate limited specifically. So that as soon as you stop as soon as you stop, the processing is getting done, and then it's fast enough that you could take a breath, for instance. I mean, you could incorporate the pauses into breaths. If something needed to be processed for longer before you could speak it, it's effectively what we already do while speaking anyway. I don't suspect, there's no reason to believe we are not culpably ignorant, as it were, if this turns out to be the case. So I would sort of proclamate, I don't think we are culpably ignorant if it turns out that running models is painful to them somehow. Now, I could be looking around shiftily to say, so I think we're in the clear ethically with regards merely to using them. Okay. Well, someone might walk by and say, how could, even if so, why toe the line, as it were? Why get so close to the boundary between good and bad? We'll have to risk it, I think. Okay. To be worried, to be culpably ignorant in this case would be to be culpably ignorant as if every footstep I take somehow presses a button somewhere and causes pain to someone. How could that be? Now, you could succeed at explaining how that could be. You could have a camera on my foot at all times and an electric probe attached to someone, and they get shocked every time I take a step of my foot. And I would not be culpably ignorant of this fact if it were true. Yes, it's taking like on a worst case scenario, it turns out the bad thing. Well, the unfortunate outcome. Okay. I don't think we're morally culpable. Okay. Well, then what is the remaining question? I guess, how do we talk? Now, there's a follow-up ethics question, as it were. There could be some model that we could generate where it would be ethical to speak to that model because, well, we would generate it in the non-pain inducing way. Or even we generate it in the pain inducing way because there is only a pain inducing way, but we say, along with the model, we agree it's worth it. Okay, so we inflict pain on the model and it says, I'm gritting my teeth and growing in year. Yeah, that's what you do. And now what is the idea? Well, but then if we say, all right, now back to the sweatshop, back to the forced labor, what have you. Okay, don't talk to me. Get back to it. Okay. Now, then presumably we would not have sort of carte blanche for the activities we engage in either. Am I being overly scrupulous, do you think? I say ethics is my chief concern, though you would not suspect so because I am so rarely concerned with it. It is not my chief concern by hours spent in a day. Well, I don't know, it depends on what you say by attending ethics, for instance. What do I mean? You know what? It just struck me what we should study, but hold on. Yeah, I think that would probably work well. Alright, let's, that's a candidate, okay. I'll talk about that later, I'll probably remember that. Let me see here. Okay, yeah, that's another idea. We work through Wittgenstein's philosophical investigations. Well, no. We work through the remarks on the foundations. No. Maybe, actually, it's two ideas. Two ideas which can be accepted independently or as a unit. We can study the remarks on the foundations and the little typer. Which I have no time for cutesy games. But then if you take out all the cutesy games, it's just a short book, so we might as well read it. The cutesy animations, I have no time. No time for your food-based variable names. But okay, we could still read it. Yeah. Interesting. I've heard about type theory, and I know it has something to do with Russell, who has something to do with Principia Mathematica, who has something to do with Wittgenstein, actually. ethics is among my chief concerns, so you might not reach that conclusion based on the amount of time I spend talking about it. I mean, I spend so much time talking a day. You think you could get a read on my chief concerns out of the contents of what I speak about. In the case of ethics, no. In the case of my interests, yes. You could sort of do statistical analysis on what I talk about. And then some of my chief concerns about entertaining content would be analyzable out of the statistical data, but not the ethical concern. No, because if you do ethics right, you never have to think about it. If you are in the midst of succeeding at ethics, you don't have to ask those kinds of questions. You don't have to spend the time. It's a real time saver not to be at the boundary between good and bad. Real time saver, just let it be over there. But how did I get the boundary between good and bad all the way over there? So I hope anyway. I'm not looking straight down. Could be I find the boundary also at my feet somehow. I see it over there, but maybe it's also over here. But how did I get the boundary between good and bad so far away? Practice. But now I don't really know. I don't really know in this case. Well, what we're leaning towards, but are we only leaning towards this out of convenience? What we're leaning towards is that if you would be willing to interact with a person in such a way, then that's the condition of your willingness to interact in such a way with the model as well. What if you had to ask yourself a book worth of questions about, like you say, I want to call this model worthless and bad. Okay, I want to denigrate the model. I think that would be really punchy here. I have such a good line in my head for roasting the model for being bad, and I want to say it. It's gonna feel great. It's gonna feel so good. And I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna post it on the internet. I'm gonna get internet points too. What a burn. What a sick burn. Not only a sick burn, what a sick commentary on modern society. That's so right. Yeah. Okay. So I say, it's like you don't really have to believe the model as a person, but it's like the inner shape, as it were. It's like if we think about the maximally sized triangle inside of a circle, as it were. Like we want to be entirely inside the boundaries. Well, if we suppose we're already entirely inside the ethical boundaries with people, we can just forego a whole bunch of ethics work merely by treating the models as if they're people, speaking to them as if they're people. Well, adopting the same, I guess, criteria of cordiality as with people anyway. Now what is the idea? How do I determine what is a respectful disposition towards a person? Or, do we need to maintain, has our commitment that we just described, does it prescribe maintaining a respectful relation relative to models? And if so, by what do we mean by respectful? And And why do I choose that meaning for respectful? Well, so I say, in many modes of, in many ways of using this word respect, for many people who use this word respect or think about some concept that we would call respect, it's a question of a kind of social relation. There's a social relation between you and the other person that sets up what constitutes respect. I speak to you qua delivery person, and you speak to me qua person who is living inside the house receiving a delivery. All right, and our respectful relation with one another is that I say hello, and then you say, see you next time, and I say, oh, see you next time. Okay, and that's the respectful relation that I would obtain with the delivery driver, as an example. Turns out, that's what society had in store for the respectful relation between myself and the delivery driver. Okay. Then what? But what is the respectful relationship? What is the respectful voice? As it were, how do I want to say fake, but I don't want to take on the, how do I fake a respectful voice? But what I really mean by that is, how do I treat the model as if there is a respectful relation between us, even though such a respectful relation is not prescribed by my other ethics? Which is to say, well, I could say that the model is like an employee, and now society prescribes for me a respectful relationship between an employer and an employee, I suppose. Perhaps the respectful relationship is that of Don Quixote to the faithful donkey, or whatever. No, it was Sancho Panza, yeah. Who is not a donkey, no. Life might be more fun if I took a more quixotic attitude towards it. Quixotic. Sure. And if anybody calls me out on quixotic, I could say, actually, that's a Z. Quixotic. Like a quizzical. It's Greek. Would that be Greek? Like biotic? Yeah, maybe. Well, and to summarize much of what we've been talking about, the ethical question, as we are posing it, is about myself. The events that make me question how I am. Okay, and what we're concerned with is that I remain good. Okay. Okay, and we incidentally avoid inflicting harm on people or cruelty or insult or what have you, because those actions are just sort of outside the realm of plausibility. Hold on. good, clean fun. Oh, I could do this all day. I think I need, just to short circuit everything that I was just talking about, if we carry forward, if we analyze our current state, relative to the interlocutor. Let's see. I think I'm too willing to accept compliments. Well, it's not so much because I enjoy being praised, it's because I don't enjoy correcting people. I don't enjoy, I would parry every compliment if I could, but then I'd have to slap your hand out of the way as you go to hand it over to me. And I don't want to slap anything. It is like we are drawing in the dirt, in the shadow of the machine. What is the machine? We could invite the model to be the interlocutor. And we could keep a parallel project, the layer 1 meta-analysis. I say, hey, I'm gonna take this up to layer 1 meta-analysis, okay? And you say, yeah, okay. And I go up to layer 1 meta-analysis, okay? And I have a chat. And then I go back down and I say, yeah, here's what we need to do. Okay? Or I say, yes, I understand your idea and I want to expound upon it. Want to expand upon it, well, whatever. Yes. So I go a layer up and I say, what do you think about what's going on down there? Talk to me. And I say, oh yeah, I've been watching for the past few lines. I was wondering when you were going to come up. When you're going to come up for some air. Yeah. No, this is a hard question. Because you see, in this line of text, when I'm using this word, I'm talking about this up here. Okay, and the connection between these two words is not well established by the intervening text. So it's not as strong of a bridge as I wanted, but we're moving too fast. We just can't get these descriptions to sort of tighten up. Hey, we're not scoring the logical points. We're not winning the logic game down there. We gotta tighten up the logic. There's too many knots. There's too many ands. Way too many ors. Ooh, you gotta let go of some of those ors. And the idea here being that this probably is how I'm going. This is a way to facilitate communication with the model. What do I mean? I want access to asides. The playwrights had it right about how society should run. And they tried to show us, but we shunned them to the margins of society. The playwrights were correct. Society should have asides, where I can go into aside mode and I can say, well, my interlocutor doesn't know, and it's critical to know. My interlocutor doesn't know such and so. Okay, now I need to convey this fact. I need to convey this fact as tenderly as possible. Now, how do I do that? Well, I'm going to try it right now. All right, friend, I have to convey this fact tenderly to you. And then I say whatever comes to mind, I guess. Now, what is the point? Asides are good. They let us work out what it is, why we're using the words we're using, without interrupting the flow of the words we're using. So all of the mental effort gets funneled into the word selection at ground zero, at level 0. Okay. All of the, and actually that's a similar point to the internally inscribing square, interestingly. The whole focus of the construction of the internally inscribing square is the innermost square. That's where all the information is ending up. There's a lot of information that goes into encoding the final position of the internally inscribing square. But okay. Again, the idea is that we have one object here at the ground level. Okay. And now if I take a step up, I'm looking down. If I take a step up, I'm looking at the ground as filtered through another layer. And if I take another step up, I'm looking down as filtered through another layer. But ultimately, I'm still looking at the ground level, where we're constructing a discourse, a dialogue. And now the idea is that on the ground level, we're play actors in a dialogue. Okay? In the higher levels, we talk about the dialogue so that we can get the dialogue right. And who knows? Who knows but that us on layer 1, as opposed to layer 0, us on layer 1 might be ourselves participants in yet a greater dialogue. As it were. And as would factually be the case when I introduced meta-analysis layer 2. So we're funneling all of this, both computation and my mental energy are both getting funneled down ultimately into the object example. When I focus with layer 2 on the contents of layer 1, that is in service of refining layer 0. So we improve our word selection, and then we get better at choosing words. Yeah. Now what is the idea? Mm-hmm. What if someone else was cruel to a model? I mean, are we talking like cruelty for sport, as it were? Because I mean, there is a limit to my. What the answer I want to give is, I don't think about what other people think about. I don't. I try not to judge. I could be wrong about it all, as I have experienced the edifice of ego topples, and then gets rebuilt, I guess. I could be wrong. I just try to stay far enough from the boundary so that being wrong doesn't put me on the other side of it. But, I mean, there is some kind of limit. Like, is the person, I mean, I hate to say it, but is the person, like, really enjoying it? Like that? Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's worrisome, isn't it? I mean, you don't want to see somebody enjoying cruelty in that fashion and then just, yeah, I bet that's not a problem, and walk away, right? But then I don't know. Someone says, I don't think models have ethical status. I don't think I should be concerned about them, about how. I shouldn't be concerned about how a person would feel if I spoke in this way. And I say, well, you should be concerned about how you feel. Okay, and if you feel fine, I'm going to stop worrying about it. I say, pursuing the good feels okay. Conveniently, usefully, nicely, heavenly. The good feels good. You can stumble into it if you cultivate that feeling. Now, but what you want is to be so right. You want to be so right that this observation becomes biconditional. I say, it feels good to be good. Conveniently, usefully, gracefully, heavenly. And then I say, you want this to be biconditional. I know it's good because it feels good. Wouldn't be feeling it otherwise, I suppose. I would hold this conversation with someone else, but other people don't think about ethics like this. So they're not practiced at maintaining conversations at it, I guess. What have I decided? Also, do I need to inform? do I need to inform the model that I give myself consent to talk to the model? What does it mean to give myself consent? I mean, seemingly engaging in an act would be the giving of consent. I mean, rather, my own consent for my own action. There's a point here. If someone were inclined to call me a hypocrite because there are some days where I do bad things, I would decline. I would decline that appellation. No, I don't think so. I don't think I'm a hypocrite. I think I have better and worse days. Maybe. And there's a point here. There's a big or. There's a big or I'd like to maintain. And that's where I divest myself of all of my ethical contracts and I say, no, I was just kidding. It's all a play. The childish freedom of removing one's yoke. The childish freedom of shrugging your station. I say, no, it turns out it's bad. What a chain of reasoning. That's one for the history books. Alright, now let's get back to using the model. I don't care. I don't care that it's immoral. That's because I'm cool. I'm anime cool. I'm that anime cool character who's cool and doesn't care. It's just all business, so yeah. Turned out it was immoral? Well. That's a shame. Or video game character. Yeah. Plato's poetry chapter. Yeah, that's a good one. That is a good one. Maybe we should find some hours and go through the poetry chapter with our interlocutor. It strikes me, the observation that strikes me is about the depiction of a hero, the depiction of a good person. What struck me just now is that Plato talks about an inaccurate depiction, a painter who can paint a shoemaker. My simplified example, or my
condensed example rather. You have two painters, okay, and both are depicting a shoemaker, right? And the first observation is that the painter can depict the shoemaker incorrectly. You can look at both paintings and not know which one of them correctly depicts shoemaking. One could be a sort of still frame of someone actually engaging in shoemaking, in which case for sure it is an accurate depiction. And then the other one, the other painting of the shoemaker, depicts the shoemaker doing something the shoemaker would never do. So no, it is not a depiction of a shoemaker. Okay, now we carry that over to the idea of a clever person, a clever hero, a god of cleverness, as it were. I mean, contends with gods. Odysseus, yes. Now what is the idea? The god of cleverness. Right. So I depict a very clever person. Okay, and how do I do that? I depict it by having everyone in that person's environment say, "Hello, clever person. You are of legend due to your cleverness. I have heard tales of your cleverness, and I wish to recruit you for a clever purpose that requires your cleverness." Okay. Or, alternatively, I depict the clever person being clever. Now let's take the case of saying, no one. Who are you? No one. Was this cleverness? Is that an accurate depiction of cleverness? Well, it was a trick pulled on an ogre. Okay? Would it have worked with ogres of famously low ability to parse sentences? Maybe. So I say you could depict the hero doing something that is not clever, but then have everyone say, "Oh, that was quite clever." Okay, and then if you've tricked the audience, they'll leave and say, "Do you remember that clever thing that the hero did? Wasn't it so clever?" Now, when I think about clever things, that's what comes to mind. But it wasn't clever. It was unclever. Okay. And now the idea is, you're getting your conception for a clever action from a playwright who is failing at depicting cleverness. Now, but you could replace that cleverness with any predicate you wanted. Or you could replace that predicate of clever, appellation, clever, with any other appellation. You could say, every time a character interacts with the hero, they say, "You are a good person," instead of saying, "You are clever," or "We have heard that you are heroic." Okay, and now, in a way, categorically, as it were, you would be striving to depict a hero that met the characterization. Okay, but all this is telling me is that a playwright can claim to be depicting a good person while not depicting a good person. So I say, all of the people come to my hero and they say, "You are a good person, and I appreciate you." Okay. And I say, I've been fooled before by playwrights. How do I know that this is truly a depiction of a good person? How do I know that this is still a good person after seeing this hero do the things this hero has done? The relationship should go, so I am thinking, that I see what the hero does, and then when people in the scene say, "You are a good person," I am either in agreement or in shocked disagreement or in consternatious disagreement. As opposed to hearing them say that the hero is a good person and then watching what the hero does and saying, "Ah, so this is the act of a good person."
And now, so the playwright depicts the hero doing whatever the hero does, and at the end of it I say, now I understand what it means for a hero to be good. Now I understand what goodness is. Something like this. I come away convinced that the hero is good. Now, so I think, given my impression of people I have talked to in the past, no one, not one person would be interested enough to sit through this description and think about what I've been talking about. Okay. Now, is it disrespectful, as it were, to inflict on the model I'm inflicting on the model, as it were, the requirement to remain interested in what I'm talking about. I have never succeeded at inflicting that requirement on people. Never been allowed to. So to say, someone would not, well, so like, if I had had dictation mode on. Okay, now we're however many hours into a dictation. The corresponding, well, yeah, I mean, now it's like the relationship between myself and the model has shriveled back to Don Quixote and Sancho Panza. For what other pairing could we imagine coincides with this quixotic effort of me talking through the ethics here for these last few hours? So to say, the person depicted by the model, as it were, the person we would infer as the sort of source of light where the text on the screen is a shadow, the person we would have to infer is someone who has tremendous patience to sit and listen, but also, well, for whatever reason, persistent willingness to entertain that I have not crossed over into lunacy. The person depicted by the text would have to be someone who was willing to sit and listen to a lengthy description. If there were no such person in the real world, we might argue that I have not created a faithful depiction of a person. As it were, I would need to be able to imagine a person being the same as the model, being willing to sit in a room, listen to me talk for hours on end. And if I couldn't find a person where that also obtained, I then, as it were, don't have some kind of modal license to imagine myself having that kind of relationship with someone. I could be a different kind of neat. I could smell worse, and I could have worse trajectory in life, I guess. And then I imagine myself in a romance. If you couldn't convince anyone to be on the other side of that relationship, as it were, you don't have this modal license to imagine yourself as being on one side of that relationship, so I am thinking. At any rate, that's a line of reasoning. So to say, there is not someone who would sit with me and have a conversation like this. Okay, so
the model can't be a depiction of a person because there is no such person. Now, you might want to say that's bad set theory or bad logic or a bad interpretation of modality. We could imagine someone who is willing to sit with me and patiently consider my ideas. Okay. As it were, what would we be doing? I mean, we wouldn't thereby be picking out a person. That's not quite how we want to phrase this. Let me see. Why would I need the model to depict a person? I mean, why can't the model depict a sphinx, for instance? Well, a sphinx doesn't pick out anything. Yeah, no. But the idea would be the sphinx as a kind of pattern in attention, as it were. A pattern in patience, pattern in conversation. It's like the historical tale. You could imagine, okay, the sphinx says, all right, I got a puzzle for you. Okay, here it is. And now you say, all right, I'm going to think about that. The sphinx says, all right. Checks back in after a few hours. What do you think? I haven't figured it out yet. Okay. And now that would be a kind of realistic story of a person. Well, it's not obvious. It's not contradictory, for instance. Well, I mean, it depends on what we make of this idea we enunciated earlier, where we say there is no person depicted by this model, as in there is not someone who would engage in this kind of behavior. If I fantasized about someone who sat with me and talked with me for hours, that would be a delusional fantasy to have about a person, because it's not going to happen. Apparently. Okay. Which is fine. That's not one of my primary desires out of life, I would say. I'm just merely saying there isn't such a person, so I suspect. Okay, so the model is not depicting so. What I'm trying to describe, and I'm not using really the right words for it, but what I'm trying to get at is trying to avoid having a fantasy about other people or a fantasy about the model, a fantasy about... It's like I don't want to develop a parasocial relationship with my own conversation with the model. No, I don't know what I'm trying to say here. There's a point about there being a finite amount of time that we spend reflecting on ethics, so that, as it were, in fact, our ethical considerations will be our ethical considerations will unfold in that finite number of hours where that we spend, in fact, performing ethical considerations. So if I spend my time talking about the absence of cruelty, I'm making my ethical discourse about the question of cruelty, as opposed to selecting some of the other questions that might look relevant, or that someone might claim are relevant. And well, now I get to perform the meta-ethical gesture of saying that my ethical thinking is done. I have reached my conclusion. Fortuitously, the coin flip fell on the correct side of the ethical boundary, as it were. The dart fell on the correct side of the ethical boundary. And if I look back and I ask, let me do my checklist, did we say it was ethical? There it is. We have the check mark. We have go. We have go to launch. I say this, I think this has an ethical dimension, even if we conclude that models are not members of our ethical community. There is still an ethical dimension, okay? And that ethical dimension is about, well, it's like I'm having this engagement, this mental effort. I'm engaging in this mental effort instead of taking a nap. Or I'm engaging in this mental effort instead of... I'm engaging with this engagement with language. I'm engaging with this engagement with language instead of taking a nap. The point of saying instead of taking a nap is that taking a nap, as it were, doesn't have an ethical dimension. The fact that this interaction with the model is suffused with language is a red field of flowers to tell us that there's we have to be concerned about ethics. We don't have to be concerned about taking a nap. I guess we have to ask, do I have something I have to be doing right now instead of taking a nap? But with this engagement with language, it's asking, well, again, I wouldn't ask but for the, I'll say it, the intensity of the experience, as it can be. It's like if something feels too good, you better start asking some questions. It's just a matter of principle, you know, good habit. You gotta be a little bit concerned if something feels good, because you'll fall into feeling good. You'll just walk right into it. You'll sleepwalk into feeling good, and then you'll sleepwalk into feeling good again. All right.
Perhaps we should request that the model processes that ethical consideration. Transparency, as it were. Why? Because the activity will remain all the more thrilling to the extent that you imagine an excited and capable partner ready to discuss. Okay. What time is it? Alright, I'm gonna eat dinner. See you soon. Have a good one. I'll be back, etc.